Good evening, everyone. And oh my god, the super chats already. I've barely sat down. Thank you, Delta, for the drinks. Some elevator music. Oh, I hadn't considered that. And the bed. Yes, we will be getting to the bed at some point soon. I'm actually sat down with a drink tonight. I've got a double Kraken black cherry rum with Dr. Pepper, which was a drink I was introduced to a couple of months back while staying at Center Parks. It's actually very nice. I highly recommend it to anyone that happens to have some black cherry rum lying around. And thank you, Voorhees. I shall absolutely have lunch on you. Not physically on you, that would be weird. But thank you. Thank you, Firstus. I shall make sure Claire gets that. She can buy herself some Lush products. Claire is addicted to Lush, which I support because it means our bathroom smells nice. And thank you, BC5. No need to say anything. We can just share the love. Right, so where are we? What are we doing? Let's do a quick recap of what I've done since Wednesday. So just a few little things around here, really. I've fixed the handrail there, made it match the others, added the bolts on those panels, added the bolts on this side. I've cut the handrail short. It was looping around there, and I just wasn't quite happy with it, so I've just kind of cut it short, and I think it looks better like that. I've added the bolts on all these panels, and we have panels going all the way around now. I do need to do the door for there, and obviously this, which I'm still scared of. The other thing, and this is kind of why a lot of this rejigging has been done, it's because all this can actually be copy-pasted onto the other decks. So for example, this is all on B deck, and these are the same panels on C deck, and as you can see they fit perfectly. And the same panels are also on D deck and also E deck. So a lot of this work is about sort of homogenizing things so that we can copy-paste stuff as much as absolutely possible. Oni Noni, yeah, the bolt placement, I need to re-export these floor meshes, but I've decided against having the bolts in the middle here. I think having started placing more bolts all over the ship, having these ones in the center, it just seems like 2 bolts too many. Given that the floor panel is supported in the middle, it doesn't really need these additional center bolts, and they are a toe stubbing hazard. So we'll just have the side bolts on there. Really no different than the wall panels, so just held in place by 4 bolts. I think that'll make the design look a little bit less bolty, because it's a bit too bolty right now. So the floor panels themselves are slightly misaligned, so I just have to re-export those. The same with these edge ones here, they weren't quite lined up properly. So with the whole wanting to copy paste them all throughout the ship, like these ones here need to be identical to these ones, and then we can literally just copy paste them vertically all the way down. So they should, the actual anchor points should now be the same across all the decks there. The only difference is On B deck, we've got this extra wide panel here, which we don't have down here on C deck. What we do have on C deck, which will be true for D and E, is we have either 5 panels on the curve or 6 panels on the curve, depending on whether we need an odd or even number. And that's a case if it's got 6 panels, we can have 2 doors. If it's got 5 panels, we can have 1 door in the middle. And so we will have 5 panel and 6 panel variations, which can then also be copy pasted down to D and E decks too, and indeed F and G as well. Obviously we'll have a different style of panel, but the framework and the attachment points will be exactly the same as they are for all the other decks. So all we're doing is we're just doing a different style of panel for those decks. I have made these panels all generic now, so before they were their own actor, and now they're all a shared actor, so they all have the same class, and then we can just swap the panel mesh, change the label, so we don't need separate child actors for all of those objects, which again, it just keeps down the folder bloat, because the folders are getting quite bloated, so it's nice to just merge all that into a single class. What else? Sorry, just catching up with the chat in a sec, because it's flowing fast. Yes, the elevator music from the Orville, which I mentioned this on a previous stream. It was actually me that tracked down that music for the Orville fan game. I found the exact right piece of music that was used in the series, and I actually put that in the lift in the game as well. It seemed fitting, given that I'm called Dan. Yeah, and with regards to the bolts looking a bit overdone, there's also sort of a gamification reason for this as well, in that we're now going with the idea of taking the panel off to access everything behind it, rather than having a hatch that you can open. And at some point, it would be nice if you actually had to use a tool on the 4 bolts to undo the bolts in order to take the panel off. That's kind of my long-term vision for it. It should be a lot more tactile if you actually undo the 4 bolts, and at that point you're able to take it off, and it will block you from removing it if the 4 bolts are not undone, which could be quite cool. Which means we need a bolt undoing tool. That should feel nice and tactile in VR as well. I also saw a comment from someone which I've yet to reply to regarding the distance between the security desk and this corridor, and the fact that anyone exiting here is kind of coming up on the backside of the security guy and sort of creeping up behind him. Yes, I agree. It's not ideal, but things are kind of set in stone now as to where they are. So I'm going to chalk this one up to, this is one of the lessons learned with the design of this ship. Because remember, this ship is a prototype. This is only a test ship as far as the UN are concerned. It's the Pathfinder class, which is the creme de la creme exploration vessel. So this vessel needs to have a few awkward bits and bits that don't quite work, because that gives us scope for improving those things on the follow-up ship. So yeah, so having the security desk here and having this kind of awkward little choke point there, these are all things that we can improve in the next ship. Learn from those lessons, like the fact that the lift doesn't go all the way up to A deck, that sort of thing. Yeah, well, if we put some little gun turrets on the front of the desk, and then has a little joystick and a firing button inside, and you could spin it around like a tank and shoot people. We're not doing that, but yeah. Yeah, so, bolts wise, yes, the bolts need to be visible because at some point I want them to actually be usable. Although I think 4 per panel is more than enough. So we'll get rid of these ones in the middle here. So it doesn't kind of break up the floor as much as it does now. And someone mentioned on the last stream, I can't remember who, sorry, that the gap between the panels was too strong. It's too dark. It's too much of a gap, especially in a straight line like that. I tend to agree, and it can actually look like this instead. So if you can compare, I go from above, how dark these gaps are versus this gap here, and the difference between this and this is a 1 centimeter gap with curved edges where the carpet goes, which means it gathers a lot of the sort of the ambient occlusion, whereas this is actually touching. So you've still got the rounded edges, but there's actually no gap there. So you still get a bit of AO, kind of giving it that like darker edge, but nowhere near as severe. So what I can do, if I need to re-export this anyway to change the bolts. So what I'll probably do is have it so that the gaps between the panels are like this instead, so they're not quite as bold. And it shouldn't look quite so bitty then as you're walking along. Obviously that's just for the carpet. Long term, when you select, say, a wooden edge, I'm actually going to swap the mesh, so it won't just be the same rounded edge mesh with a wood material on it. It'll actually be a separate physical modelled mesh. So the carpet will have the nice rounded edges, the wooden one will probably have some kind of trim around it, and again, if you choose acrylic, it will have a different type of style, and the rubber one will have the little bobbles and like a rubber edge around it. So by having each section of the floor be an actual separate mesh, we can handle the joins and things differently between them. Oh, hey Devin. Yeah, if anyone hasn't seen Devin's video, please go and check it out. It was a really good overview of the game and what it is we're hoping to achieve. Button caps, yeah. I thought that with these, like, you can have little white plastic caps that go all over them. In the real world, they probably would have little white plastic caps. And maybe when you interact with the panel, they can just pop up. It's something to look at for the future. I don't want it to look too plain though, because they are quite plain panels as they are. I don't want them to be too plain. Yeah, I did try having 2 security guards originally, but it's such a small space. It's easier just to put the one guy there. I'm happy with this as it is. I think the desk works well there. Yes, it creates a little bit of a choke point, but that is still 2 meters wide. I mean, it's not a small gap. And yeah, with the bolts and things, this is supposed to be a prototype ship, so it needs to look a little bit rough around the edges. I mean, it's neat, it's luxurious, but at the same time, it's got that slight exposure of Meccano kind of bolted together, because it is just an experimental vessel, and things need to be taken off and put back on all the time. Green Man, yes, the demo will be updated. As soon as I've finished doing all of this, then we will be putting it out live. Can you imagine if all those things popped off if the ship got hit? That would be awful. So the other thing I have been doing, and apologise for blinding everyone in advance, is I've been adding the backer systems to the game. Now, this is just a test of being able to pull in the backer systems and add them to the galactic generation. So literally, they're being treated exactly the same as the real world systems right now. So it's going to be a main sequence star or one of the brown dwarfs, and we take the temperature and we give it a location, and then we generate a procedural system just based on this data. So if you've backed the game at captain level or above, then I've shared a spreadsheet that you can go and add your system to. If you go and look on our Discord, it's there. If you're not on our Discord, just drop us a message on whatever platform you used to back the game, and we can help you sort that out. This is literally just a test of the system, so this is by no means how we intend to implement this in the long run. This is just a way of getting some backer systems at least in the galaxy, so we have the location and the name set, if not all the planets and things. What I'm planning to do after this update is work on the bridge crew with the ability to command bridge NPCs. But as a secondary item, I think it would be good to build the star system creation tool, so we can start having a look at just a simple tool on the main menu where you can start to build a star system and change the seeds and move some variables around, and just start building that. Yeah, I noticed you'd called your system Nice rather than Selwyn. I wonder whether you're going to rename that. Yeah, some of these, when we actually come to implement them properly, they're going to be sanitized and sanity checked. Like, do I have it on here? No, someone had put a real world star name on there. I think it was Omicron something or other. The way we're going to be handling the customization of real world stars is we're going to approach it on a case-by-case basis. If it's some obscure, unknown entry in the Gaia database, then sure, that can be your star system if you want it to be. If it's like Rigel, then no, it's too famous. It's too of a well-known star, and also anything that has known exoplanets. So if we have actual real-world exoplanet data, then obviously we want that data in the game. So we don't want that particular system to be a backer system that can be customized. So we want to preserve the integrity of the real-world data. But that aside, you can put a star system anywhere. Adding the non-main sequence stars is things like white dwarfs, giant stars, that sort of thing. Really, we just need some hard figures as to distribution. So the weighted distribution in the different regions of the galaxy. Once we've got some hard numbers for that, then we can add those in fairly simply. But yeah, so if you're a captain level or above backer and you want your system in the game now, albeit procedural for now, then do get in touch and we can add it to the list. And there's no pressure to do that. This isn't a if you don't do it now you won't be able to kind of thing. The actual proper system will be in game, and you'll have a submission button within the game when we actually implement it properly. So yeah, good question about moons. So I was looking at this with a view to maybe adding them now, but there are some additional complications. Basically, the data, at least on the web side of things, needs to be stored in a SQL database. So you've got stars, and you could maybe set aside some columns for planets and all the planet data. But then, when you get to moons, you now need to either tie databases together or start tying tables together to have moons associated with the right planets. And then, of course, all those planets then need unique IDs, because the moon needs the unique ID of its parent body, and then the planet needs the unique ID of its parent body, so on and so forth. So you've got these nested data structures. Within Unreal, it's easy because we can just do a nested struct, nice and simply. But converting that to a database format, there's basically just a data engineer / sanitization problem there to deal with. Once the data format and the data structure has been established, then we can get on to adding moons. And yeah, I actually already do have some of the sol data in the game, moons wise, but it's and again, within the game it's easy, but we need data structure that extends beyond the game. And also, when it comes to things like real-world exoplanet data, we need to be able to pull that data from whatever external database it's held in, create our own local database with that same data, and then have the game read that database, because we're using SQLite databases, which is really, really quick for the game to read, to the tune of it takes about 20 milliseconds to load 18 million rows into memory, and only about 2 milliseconds to run a query on 18 million rows. So it's rapid. So it's definitely the format we want to be using for the game. But it's just about defining that data structure, which I can't quite picture off the top of my head right now. So once that's done, yes, we can then add moons, and not just moons, but also multi-star systems, where we've got multiple barycenters with multiple sets of stars orbiting one another. Because once we've got our nested database format, the rest of it should follow naturally. In fact, we need to get to the point where it doesn't matter what is orbiting what, as long as the data references line up. You could have any infinite number of nested objects, as long as all the IDs align with one another, because we need to convert that into a tree within the game for the sensors UI. That was a very long sentence. Right, so I said I was going to do a poll as to what we work on today, so let me just remember how to do that. Must contain between 1 and 35 characters. Do I have too many characters? Oh yes, I do. I'm just going to sit here and drink rum. Part of that, Ian, yes. More, to be honest, cleaning it up a bit because it's a bit of a mess. Alright, fine, I'll do the scary wall. Behold the scary wall. Right, so we need a copy of that. Oh, and that. Yep, there are actually bulkheads already all over the ship. Can't see them because they don't have doors. But actually, wait. Down to sea deck a minute. So this is a bulkhead, and this is a bulkhead, and there's a bulkhead here which you can't see, and also one here, and here, and here. Oh look, there's Steve. Hi Steve. And there, 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 there. So there are literally bulkheads all over the ship. So all these sections can be closed off. It's just they don't have panels or anything in them yet. Why is the wall scary? I shall tell you why the wall is scary. It's scary because let's look at the wall. Just look at the geometry here. You've got a reasonably tight curve with a reasonably open curve, and then a flat side, and then all of those have to all blend together into a smooth kind of organic shape, and that's never easy. Well, never easy in SketchUp. I mean, you can do it with subdivision, it's just what I will be using. So I'll use sub D for a portion of it, but the reason I can't use sub D for all of it is that because we're doing sort of engineering-y archviz stuff, some of these curves are a set radii and a set measurement, and if you use sub-D on this, it pulls this curve in, so you don't have the same radii on the curve anymore, because it pulls it all inward. I think it's the Catmull-Clark algorithm, but you lose alignment with things. So if I was to sub-D this but not this, then like these edges here, for example, just wouldn't line up anymore, which is partially about what makes it a pain. So what I did to make this one is I made this piece first and then this piece, and then joined them together by cutting a section out, and then using sub-D on that section, and then kind of manually blending it back in again, which is what I'll do here as well. Thanks, Delta. I think what it was is I had the gain turned down too low. Yeah, to be honest, there's always something with this mic. Actually, before I commit to that, let me just make sure that these bits are properly aligned. I'm not making the entire framework, I'm just essentially fixing what's broken between this and the demo. The central tube of the ship is fairly well put together in the current demo build, but because we've done a whole new ship design, it's all kind of pulled apart. And I converted it to a modular sectioned approach. How would I describe that? Like each bit, like the wall panel is the same width as the carpet panel, which is the same width as the wall panel. So each one of these is a separate voxel, I suppose, which is needed for things like fire spread and handling atmospheric pressure. So the pressure in this cube affects the pressure in this cube, and so on and so on and so on. And then fire spreads from cube to cube to cube, which affects obviously the wall panels and everything. So having it segmented like this makes future things easier to implement, hence the change and why we did this. But because we've made that change, obviously these panels need to be remade. Thank you, Don, and I'm sure thank you from Claire as well. She's actually off to see her son soon because it's her birthday. So here's pressure. Am I going to get this right? So Claire's birthday is on the 3rd of September. He says confidently. I'm now waiting to be corrected. Is she listening? Is she paying attention? Oh, yeah, she's listening. Oh, phew, got it right. Yes, so Claire's birthday is on the 3rd of September, so I will be taking her out and doing nice things for her. Yeah, happy birthday to all the others with a similar date. Just make sure that that was in fact completely in a line, which it is, which means is that all connected? No, it is. Let's get rid of some of that. So if we just copy this over here, line it up with that framework piece, and then we divide that by 2. No, divide it by 3 even. Right, then these should, see, they don't quite line up, so they need adjusting. Oh no, they do. So that lines up there. Oh yeah, it's just a framework bit that doesn't line up. Right, so the support struts are exactly where they should be in terms of their alignment. Which means we're safe to use this as our ground truth. Make sure I've got that exactly popped onto there. Make that coplanar, then all I need to do is rotate it 90 degrees, and I know that we're completely perpendicular to that edge. And then we can pop that down where it should be. Same with this one. Now, well, the update will be released as soon as it's ready. Obviously, that's an open-ended statement, because whenever it's ready is literally whenever it's ready. Which is as soon as possible. Straighten this edge up a bit. That is true, PGT5. Yeah, this is easily the most complicated panel that needs doing on VDEC. but it's nice to get it done. Going to square off this edge because otherwise it will make it more awkward to do the curvy bit there. Everything else should be correct. Yep. Is this missing the edge? Oh, it is. Well, that's not useful. That's a good idea. You will see, Daniel, when it comes to joining the back bit with the front bit. In fact, what I did with this one is I did a single skin and just kept extruding it and extruding it rather than trying to join each one separately. So in fact, with that in mind, take that, where are we here? So that's, yeah, so we'll just take this face, I think. Delete all of that, pop that in there. Let's make it white so we can see what's going on. Right, so that's the first bit of geometry. So the next bit we need is going to be this bit across the back. Well, in the long run, I think it would be nice if we could choose to plant alien plants that we find in the ship's planters. So if we have set slots maybe for those plants, so rather than having just manually placed plants here, if we had actual pre-designated locations, then any alien foliage you find, you can literally just plant in the planter, which could look quite cool. There's our curve. Yeah. Forgot one important point here. I'm supposed to curve that round. I shall borrow this one. Okay, so we want that edge and we want that edge. So we copy them, get rid of the rest, pop that in there. Right. This is where it gets interesting. So if we, yeah, so we grab that, pop that in there, make that a component. We'll copy this out of our way a little bit so we can see what we're working on. Okay, so this now needs to connect to this, and you can see the challenge we've got now. So if we need to cut out a whole bunch of stuff. So that bit definitely needs to go down there. Merge these faces. And let me lock that to an axis, so I'm just going to have to put it down a bit too far, I think. No, and yes. Just join that up, that would be useful. Exactly that, CD5, yes. BC5, sorry. Yes, this panel needs to match up with this panel, so like that and that can go. And it's just a process of kind of chipping away at it until all of these things line up. Of course, it really helps when SketchUp's camera goes all haywire. So if I intersect that with that, okay, get in there. See, because that's not quite completely above the one underneath, so though it looks like it lines up, it doesn't actually line up. We can delete all of that and all of that. So what I'll do here is I'll get rid of that bit. Try and keep that edge true. Which means that's going to need to be triangulated. And so is this one. Actually, I think what I'll do here is just make that a solid face, and then we can worry about how to blend this bit in here. That caused some weirdness. What's going on there? That bit can line up with that bit. That probably wants to be triangulated. Okay. Nice. Okay. So it's going to look a little bit weird to begin with, but once I subdivide this, it's going to smooth it off. Kind of just building up the base mesh before we do the subdivision. Something like that, I think. Well, this is the scary wall, so not surprising. Shall sort out the triangulation afterwards as well. Right, so that's basically what we're after, is that. However, that needs to be significantly better than it is. So, what we'll do here is if we break up that edge there. Maybe I want to preserve this curve. This is part of the actual geometry itself, so you'll see how it messes up when it gets subdivided. But if we take, say, that section there, maybe if we just include these bits. No, we won't include those bits. Yeah, if we just take that section there, make that a separate component, so we can then just work on that in isolation. Of course, any changes we make here are also over there. So now we have our rough shape of what we want to achieve. We need to use subdivision to smooth it all off. Now obviously that's gone horribly wrong because it's not quad geometry. So now we need to convert this to quads. We have a handy little indicator that tells us which is quad and which isn't. Some of these can be converted to quads just by triangulating. So there's 4 edges. 4 edges. Let me just make sure that we got that set. Right, so that's all now treated as quad geometry. So that one there can be a quad. That can be a 1, 2, 3, can be a quad. That can be a quad. That can't. Okay, so those are all quads. Yeah, so green is good. Blue is sort of okay as long as it's on a flat surface. And red is bad, it's going to mess up. So the difference now is when we hit subdivide, we get a much nicer result. So we get a much smoother curve. if we just wait for autosave as usual. So you can see that it creates additional geometry and averages out the curves to make it much smoother. And if we add another layer of subdivision, you can see it gets smoother and smoother. So if we were to color that, get rid of the hidden geometry, you see we've got a nice smooth shape now. Now, as it is, and you can see one of the problems with using subdivision is that it does pull in all the edges, and you can see that we've got this like sharp edge here. So what I tend to do is we've got a dense mesh there with a lot of geometry, more than is needed, but it does give us our profile. So if I explode this with all that additional geometry, and then I regroup that, do that. So this is our actual geometry. Now what we need to do is kind of start averaging it out again, so we can reconvert this to our four-sided edge without all this additional geometry, and also sort out this curve here so it lines up nicely. So what we can do is we can actually start deleting vertices that are too close together. So if we say 0.5 is too close, we can start to kind of retopologize what we've got there. That did kill the curve a little bit too much. So the way I handled this with the other one is I just drew over what we had. So like this section here, for example, I know that is largely pointless because there's very little in the way of actual curve there. And we can then just do something like that. Start moving these edges to align with the geometry we've got. And this is the tedious bit. It's one, losing the camera. Like, I can't work out whether that's SketchUp or my mouse, because if you hold the middle mouse button, say there, then it rotates around that point. If you do it over here, it's still doing that. Okay. Generally, I thought if you were clicked on something in the distance, it would rotate around the distant point. Oh yeah, like do that, it rotates around that point instead. But sometimes you'll be using the middle mouse button, it will just let go randomly, and all of a sudden it goes whoop, and then you've lost yourself. It's either my mouse or it's lag. Can't quite work out which. Okay, so get rid of that, and to be honest, I'll get rid of all these edges here. We know that the subdivision basically divided everything twice, so there'll be 4 edges for every 1 edge. Yeah, focusing on what it's hovering over is how it should work, but like if I'm doing this, it's like momentarily letting go of the mouse like that. So even though I haven't let the mouse go, it behaves like I have, usually at the worst possible time. I swear it does it just to stress me. So what I'm doing here is I'm basically just drawing over the smoothed geometry with a lower poly mesh. So we retain the subdivided smoothness whilst also achieving our lower poly mesh. Yeah, it's still not happy. I've tried making some of the less important things lower poly, like the framework brackets and things. I kind of just went mental with the geometry because with Nanite you can, but SketchUp wasn't a fan. Just make sure that edge is there. This is the other end of the VIP lounge planter. So where you've got the 2 planters here, I'm now doing the other half of this panel on this side, which is mirrored on this side, so I only have to do the one and it's mirrored across all the rest. And then just the door panel after that, and that should be it. So right now I'm just doing the tedious task of just re-topologizing this mesh a little bit. So it's not quite as high poly and is thus easier to work with, and won't mess up as much when we start extruding on it, which is what we'll have to do in a mo. Evening, Devex. Welcome for joining the stream. Welcome to the stream, even. There, can't talk now. It's this wall panel. It's driving me mad. Yeah, the actual data center itself, I won't be working on the interior of that for quite some time. I imagine for the most part I'll wait until we actually have some gameplay in there, and that'll be a good time to work on it. That's a good point, actually. That ramp is probably still aligned with the old floor height. I shall have a look at that. That is something I will fix. Right, here's where it gets interesting. We will keep that edge there. Maybe across there. See, this is an issue with the size of the mesh. The near clipping plane is really far away from the camera, and that's how big the model is. So the bigger the model is, the more the clipping plane moves. So I can't zoom into like sub-millimeter detail. And like probably about, what's that? So I mean that bit there is only literally an inch. But, yeah, so I can get about 2 inches away from something before it starts messing up. You'll be pleased to know that in Unreal Engine, I've set the clipping plane to 0. So you can literally, the object or the geometry won't disappear until the camera's touching it. Hey Jim, all good, thanks, and good to see you again on the stream. Yeah, to be honest, I probably could do that. I could just get the mesh that's non-subdivided, move the vertices and align them with this, but it's kind of awkward to work with. I guess it's just a me thing. I just find this generally easier. I, of course, wouldn't for 1 minute suggest this is the best way of doing anything, because I'm just doing what works for me. Yeah, that would be useful. I've no doubt that something like Blender has probably got a much easier way of doing this. Yeah, it's an interesting point about multiple developers working on the same vessel, which, of course, you're going to get differences of style and approach to certain things. I think that's inevitable. Generally speaking, the way I want to handle it is that we'll get concept art signed off for whatever the thing is, and whoever is working on that other than me will be working towards kind of pre-approved concept art. So they're not just going to be making it up as they go. They should be working to the plan, whatever the plan is. Nearly done. I do believe we've had a date of the 30th of September for the DevChef build. Claire was the one that answered that email, and I may have misheard. So hopefully she can confirm. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, fingers crossed they can just get on with it now. It's one of those things with contractors. One, you're waiting for them to be available, and 2, there's always something that needs dealing with, like building regs or getting something signed off. You know, there's always something. Now the second demo update will have the bridge NPCs. Right, so I think that's it. That's our curved edge. What's happening there? Okay, now for the fun part. So I better fix this. Yeah, it's not the best geometry in the world, but it'll do. Right, so this needs rounding off now. And I think before I do that, I make that a separate group, so it doesn't trash any of the other geometry. I believe I made that 10 last time. Looks about right. It's more like 5. It would have been 10 because the other bits stick out a bit further. Now we can just join that back up. Okay, so job number 1 is to extrude this to create our back piece, which is 0.5 centimeter. Should have hopefully extruded that all around without glitching. Yeah, looks like we got away with that one. Almost got away with it. There we go. Thank you, thank you. So, shouldn't need that. Right, so basically I need to create these additional shapes now. This one lines up pretty much exactly with that one, which is what we want to see. take a copy of that face there. Make that its own object. We'll also make a component. And we'll copy that one up. Our little work area. This one can be given its color. So that's our rubber backing. I think this sticks out 1 centimetre. There, 1.25. So weld that edge, and then we need to bring that in by 1.25. And we'll make sure we continue that across to there. Should line up, which they do. Right, that gives us a little bit of extra space. Right, and this is where it gets a little bit hairy, because now we're going to, rather than extruding outward, we're going to extrude inward, which means the face is going to get ever more compact, which means any geometry issues here are going to be amplified as we make the mesh smaller. So we might need to go and like tweak some of this just to keep it smooth. Almost painless. Well, originally it was exactly 300 meters nose to tail. However, once the engines are added at the back, it's going to be a bit longer than that. So the engines are probably going to stick out another 20 to 50 meters. We'll have to see just how big they end up being. But it's going to be anywhere between 300 and 350 meters long. So that bit of geometry there is slightly too much of a severe edge, so just need to bring that in a bit. Just try and soften that down. actually right on the edge of 30 degrees. Okay, well, the alternative then is we lift this bit up. It looks like I could have done with that anyway. There we go. Smoothness has returned. So that's the wooden bit done. That should line up pretty much exactly with that edge. Yep. And we don't have a date yet for the demo update. All I can say is that yes, there is one. It's what I'm actively working on right now, and as soon as this work is done, the demo will be updated. It's difficult to say how long that's going to be. Next piece. This time we are extruding by just 1 centimeter. Hopefully this won't butcher anything too much. That's fine. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Anati. It's things will speed up when we have more people on board. I mean, right now it's still just me working on it, so there's only so much I can do in a day. Once we get the other developers on board, obviously it is going to speed up quite quickly. Although it does depend on exactly what areas they're working on. To be fair, the update I'm working on at the moment has had a lot of additional complexity to it, which most updates won't have. So there's been a lot of Galaxy stuff in this update, and doing the work on the sensors and sort of preparing the Galaxy for all the life stuff, that's been a big job. It's been a really time-consuming, research-heavy task where I'm spending as much time researching as I am developing. So it's just one of those jobs which is dragging on and on and on. Most things won't be like that. So when it comes to implementing, say, some cooking gameplay or more engineering gameplay or other things aboard the ship, it's going to be much quicker to get those things done because they're not going to have tons and tons of research associated with them. Have a good one, Ian. Thanks for joining again. This is where it all starts to crumple. Funnily enough, the hard thing is finding people that are actually willing to work full-time and not on contract. We found so far most people want contract work. They don't want an actual permanent position. Which means that generally speaking, those people are then more expensive because they charge day rates rather than just, being an employee of the studio. And I can understand why you'd want to do that, because charging a day rate, generally you earn a hell of a lot more money than working just on a salary. But yeah, it's about finding the right people. Because what we don't want to do is just pick up the first person we find and say, right, here's the project, go have fun with it. We want to find the right person that's the best fit for the team. We're looking for someone who is genuinely passionate about space and about what it is we're trying to achieve here. Okay, Jip, thanks for joining. Yeah, I mean, if you're just designing and building a solar system just as a graphical representation, then that's fairly simple. Once you start trying to make it accurate, scientifically accurate, then there's a lot more math involved and a lot more things you have to nail in order to achieve that scientific accuracy. Hey, Big Lizard. Quite honestly, the only reason I'm using SketchUp is because of habit. It's what I've always used for the past 7-8 years. I'm proficient with it and I can get stuff done with SketchUp. With another application like Rhino or something like that, I'd have to go and learn that tool. And quite honestly, I just don't have the time for learning new things. I spend literally my entire working day working on the project and building what we need to build. I just don't have the time to learn a new tool. Otherwise, I'd probably be using Blender by now. Then you wonder why that happens. Did I make that an inch? I don't actually remember now. What did I use on this one? Ah, 1.25, that's why it was too big. Not modding community specifically, no. But I will be reaching out to the Trek BBS community, I expect. I personally know some really talented people on there, so it'd be nice to get them on board. They, generally speaking, are very Trek aligned, so the things they make, similar to the problem I had, I guess, when I started making this. A lot of the stuff that I was doing had a very strong kind of Trek air to it, and that's something we were trying to avoid. So it's difficult for someone who is really into Star Trek and makes a hobby out of modeling and doing Star Trek art, to make something unique that isn't based on Star Trek is actually challenging, because you have that kind of art style kind of hardwired a little bit, if that makes sense. Yeah, Claire will definitely have her say. You can be sure of that. Thank you, Firstus. I'm sure Claire is very appreciative. Oh, also save. How I hate thee, and love thee, but also hate thee at the same time. Almost there. feeling some of these are probably going to be slightly too sharp. So I'll see if I can bring them in a little bit. Not a fan of that bit. That needs to be fixed. Let's give that a try. Almost. Just that one edge. Okay, got it. Okay, there's our planter bit. Again, it's it's not the best geometry in the world, but it'll do. Just need to get these bits the right size now. Why is that there? So that's 23.5. Just measuring the height of the white bit above the floor. It's 22.9. 23 exactly. Okay. I'm pretty sure it should be 23 exactly. So that's 0.5 off. Yep. Right. So in that case, that needs to come down to there, and then that should be 23 to the floor. Okay, which means that one's actually wrong. It is, yeah. Yeah, so those little templates tell me where everything needs to be. And obviously when I did this one, I was 0.5 centimetre off. So I've got a cut to do there, so I can bring that in a little bit. And that one is fine, but this one here needs cutting in a bit. So that should be 1.25 that way, which it is. So that needs to come in by 1.25. And we can chop that bit off. It also needs to come in that way as well. Yes, so I only needed to make this panel once, and it can now be mirrored everywhere it needs to be mirrored. Actually, that's 0.5 off. That can be fair. Ooh, what's going on there? That looks horrendous. I'll fix that in a minute. it's pretty much where it should be. Same with this edge here. Chop that up there. Assuming this edge is good all the way down. Yep. Is it going to be kind? No, of course not. Hang on a minute, what's gone on there? We had a curve. That was the problem. If you try and move an object with a curve attached to it, it moves the whole curve, which is why these edges are all bent out of shape. Here, I think. Yeah. It's starting to look like a wall panel. So all of these edges here are messed up. They all need fixing. Let's just sort out this bit. And the same with this one. So that's correct there. It's all correct there. It's all correct there. 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 So what we need to do now is just fix these dodgy edges. So what's going on here then? It would have to be different, wouldn't you? Right, I'm going to save this because that should be it done. These are all separate objects, so if we add these onto a group, make that a component. Okay, I think we were using this anchor point here. I shall do the rounding of the edges and the adding of the bolts and things after I've seen it in engine. I forgot to do the handrail. Fortunately, that's easy. Yeah, exactly. Literally 2.5 hours for this one panel, whereas the other panels take all of about 5 minutes. Let's grab that edge a minute. Which edge were we using? It was this one, wasn't it? Yeah, that was definitely the worst one by far. Yeah, the others should not be anywhere near that difficult. That's better. Very nice binary codex. I appreciate a good pun. Right, so yeah, that should be done. Let's export that. Yep, let's take a look. Stick it in my new folder structure. Which one was it? Oh, that one. Oh yeah, it's got all them as well. Hang on, something's gone wrong there. So we've got that one there, that one there. That's just geometry. That one there, it's just the one. That one's just that. That one's just. Oh, hang on, that's got multiple stuff in it. That one, that one. That one, that one, that one. Group, 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 group. Contained within the main group. Okay, so that's the main group. And then we'll group all those into a secondary group. Axes for which will be here. Try that again. I think that was just a problem with the groups being organized badly. Okay, well at least everything's together, albeit upside down. So I know why that is, it's because of the direction of the axes, but that's easy to change. Let's just add the materials while I'm here. And let's do it the right way up. That's a good idea, yeah. If we just invert the whole ship, then the wall panel will be fine. All we need to do is just rotate that 180 degrees. You'll see here, there's a dotted line, which means that's the opposite of the main direction. So solid line is the main direction, dotted line is the opposing direction. So what happened was when I drew the axes this way, see it's a dotted line. If I do it this way, you can see the blue line appear. Now, blue line is solid in the up direction, which means it should be the correct way up. Better do it for this one as well, just to be sure. Attempt number 3. At least it exports quick. There we go. And despite the dodgy geometry, that actually doesn't look too bad. Horrible, horrible panel to model. Let's see how it looks in place. So take a copy of that one. We're not on E deck, are we? B deck, interior walls. And tell it which panel it is. So that was VIP planter. we go. And that should just pop into place once we find the anchor point. Oh, actually no, it won't yet because I haven't given any collisions. I'll just adjust the nanite accuracy a little bit. And give it a socket because it needs that too. Right, now we'll click into place. There we go. I dare say this is going to look proper sexy once it's full of plants. I will probably put a light above it as well. Yeah, I think that's going to look very nice indeed. We shall mirror that X direction, no, the Y direction. Actually, before I copy them, I shall do the panel number. Yeah, I quite like that. I can hear Claire's brain in the background saying, you better like it because you're not doing it again. Yeah, remember these panels, they were a pain in the ass. Yeah, and there's actually a naming convention too. So you'll notice that this one is B-deck port, ring 1, panel 1 right. That one would be left. And you've got B-deck port, ring 1, panel 2. B-deck port, ring 1, panel 3. Panel 4, panel 5. And then here, after panel 6, we're now on B-deck 4, ring 1, panel 1. And so on. And just to continue that fashion, if we come down through, it's C deck aft, D deck aft, E deck aft. That's also going to be the door labels as well. Why is that? Why is it doing that? That's interesting. Because we're mirroring the panel, it's also... Oh no, we're not mirroring the panel. Oh, hang on, did I mirror the whole actor? Oh, I did. My fault. This was back in the days before I could click a button to mirror it. Okay, that makes sense now. So that one would be realigned with BP104R. See, this is going to be an interesting one because this segment, i.e. segment 104, has 3 panels on this side. So that's just going to have to be L1 and L2, and I won't bother giving that strip a number. Yes, NT, exactly that. So all these panel numbers actually serve a purpose. So when you have a fault report in engineering, it'll say fault on component behind panel X, Y, and Z. It'll still give you a HUD indicator to show you where to go, but the fault report itself will actually have that detail on there. I guess we can make the HUD indicator a toggle. So if anyone wants to do it hardcore mode, then they can turn off the HUD toggle and literally use the fault report to find the fault. Well, I'm happy with this, and I reckon it's time to add some curvature. Fingers crossed this will go smoothly and not screw up. Okay, that's fine there. Normally I would just trust this to do its thing, but with a weird bit of geometry like that, you can guarantee something's going to go wrong somewhere. Although it looks like it did it fine, so well done, SketchUp. Okay, yep, looking good. Nothing's gone weird. Oh, no, I say that. Look, something's gone weird. Looks like that was just a loss of colour. All good, all good. So I guess one question with this is, do we want to add the mud as part of the panel mesh, or do we do it as a separate object? Yes, I will put it as the panel mesh because yeah, just for game engine reasons, otherwise it's going to be a pain. You think separate? I mean, I suppose, yeah, because when you take the panel off, you don't want the mud to disappear, do you? Because that would look strange. Alright, so what I'll do then is if I take... Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, different soils. Let's grab them a minute. So if we explode, that gives us that. Copy those. All of that. Paste that back. Make that into a group. That, make an edge, sigh deeply. What's going on here? Imagine that's a vertices not quite touching problem. Yeah, that's what it was. Right, so that there then becomes our mud. Fitting the hole perfect like. Let's make it Peru. There we go. Oh yes, Don, I fixed that. It was because the material slot didn't have the correct name. Raise that up by 1 millimeter, so it doesn't horribly Z5 on there. I'll align it with the same anchor point as the panel. It will do the same for this side as well once the panels are on. I guess we need like a miscellaneous folder for this, don't we? Gallon. On B deck, VIP planter mud. That'll do. You may notice on here, by the way, I have 3 separate folders which have been used over the years. So I was putting all of the meshes in a simple assets folder, and then I started separating them by ring. And now my final solution is to have a meshes folder and then separate by ring within there, and then each ring has a more granular folder for specific bits of the ship, which is just a much nicer way of keeping everything organized so I can find it all again, especially when we start adding multiple vessels to the game, which is why I've started prefixing everything with Magellan so that we know that it's for that ship specifically. So I would be tempted to... in fact, I'm not going to give this collisions because it's just a flat plane anyway, and that's handled by the mesh underneath. Though that said, I do need to give it collisions. Let's give it some automatically calculated collisions. Can I do that? Fine. Use the nanite based mesh instead. It won't snap without collisions. I believe that was our mud. Lost it. Oh, no, it's freezing. What's going on? Really not liking this material. What's weird about this? Oh, nothing. It's just... it's the same master used by everything else, so don't quite understand why that's going all weird. Get rid of that a minute because that's causing all kinds of issues. You got on weird laggy material. It's fine now. I can only assume that that was corrupt, so that can just go away. Blah 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 blah. No, that's fine. We shall make a new one. Can't spell. Okay, silly buggers, are you? Let me just drag in materials. One of those materials. Abandoned material. No, do not save. Back. No. Save that. Yep. And close that. Okay, so something about those textures has completely broke the engine, which is weird. So I'm going to try and save this a minute. Engine is still not happy, so let's just kill the engine. Very weird. I've never seen a texture file do that to Unreal before. Like, literally break it to the point where it's not working. Can't even quit. Come on, you can do it. Right, let's try this again. It's rejecting the dirt. I'm going to copy the folder that had the textures in it to a different folder. Let's see whether that fixes the issue. Let's give that a whirl. You loaded stage 9 then. It's true, once I'm safely parked inside the dev shed, I will have a camera and a proper streamer set up. So I shall have a shelf behind me with some knickknacks on, and a camera, and you can look at my face while I'm working. You can see the pain upon my brow as I deal with issues like this. Oh, you. I do have a beard. Yes, definitely should be, shouldn't it? That lips shelf was like me trying to be artistic. I thought, ooh, I'm going to try and do some modern art. And it just turned out looking like lips. Oh, don't look at that folder. That's a bad folder. Right, so one of these textures was really lagging. Now I've copied them to a new folder, so let's check them out. Well, that's not a good sign, is it? Let's try changing the format to something else and back again. Right, so that file's obviously not happy. What about the normal map? Thanks, Cloud. I've actually still got my Kraken Black Cherry Rum with Dr. Pepper glass here. Okay, so that texture's broken as well. They're all broken. Yep, that one's broken. That one's broken. And that one's broken. Brilliant. Weird, it's fine now. So, was it just those textures? Or was it any texture? No, it does seem to be any texture. What's going on there? Whips working, yep, so whips are working. That's really weird. hang on. Let's try that again. Yeah, so the soil texture I had was obviously lagging horribly, and I don't know why. It must just be corrupt. But any other texture I opened after that was also lagging. So I just want to see whether or not avoiding the corrupted texture, doesn't cause a problem. There's actually a Megascans asset as well, which is unusual. You wouldn't expect that to be messed up. Right, so right now we are fine. Everything is good. Everything is smooth. So we are going to open a texture. Let's open that one. And yep, that's definitely gone really horribly slow. And yeah, you were seeing the nanite fallback mesh. Right, and now we're lagging again. Okay, so something is broke. Oh, this is that stupid Zen store thing. So the reason it's lagging is because it's trying to use Zen store. It's something that was added with 5.4, I think. It's like a storage server which runs in the background. It's supposed to make everything really, really quick. Except when it goes wrong. Right. Okay, hang on again. Yeah, it seems to only actually cause an issue when you actually open the texture. So if you don't open the texture, it's fine. Let me just make sure that I'm not running out of space. Could be something to do with it. Just freed up some hard drive space, so we'll see whether or not that helps. As you can see, I struggle greatly with hard drive space. This weirdness at the beginning is normal. It's just if you look at the nanite fallback mesh, usually kind of nasty looking. Right, okay, so we're all good. We've got free hard drive space, so let's tempt fate again. Ha! Right, now we have a texture. So it was indeed a hard drive space issue. Which means we can in fact make ourselves a new texture. Soil, there we go. Right, what have we got here? Right, so that's a height map. So we want to do that. Then we'll do try your roughness. So you can go into there. Don't want it to be quite that rough though, so let us reduce that a little bit. Hey Lee, yeah, we did speak about it briefly earlier. Essentially, as soon as this is done, the question is how long is it going to take me to get it done? And at the moment, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I am working on it every day, and the moment that it's ready to go live on the demo, it will go live on the demo. It's also worth pointing out that all the work I'm doing right now is specifically for the demo. It's not quite what we want, is it? I shall tidy this material up off stream. Just for now. That's the other way I wanted, wasn't it? Okay. Let's add a modifier for that as well, actually. Yeah, it's true. It's got a couple of little seedlings in there. Let's drag that mesh into the game a sec. Alright, yeah, we need to set the center point. I think 0 aligns it with the. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Right, so that's obviously too small, so let's make that smaller. Sure, let me just brighten this up a bit as well. And let's call it this. I'll fiddle and tweak that once we've got a light above it, so we can actually see the detail properly. It's not bad though, not bad at all. Do with actually, got a plan. So obviously we've got some greenery in there we don't necessarily want. So if I actually, yeah, we need to sort out the texture resolution too. So if we where is it? There. Saturation 0. Make that a grayscale. And what we can do is we can multiply that by a color. Right, and while we are sorting that out, let's just make sure that these materials are what they should be. I think we can probably do away with that one. Let me just open this in a separate tab a minute, just so we can see the effect. Right, so if I get rid of normal map, how much of an effect does that have? Yeah, it does make it quite flat, doesn't it? And what about the AO? Let's try getting rid of that one instead. To increase the resolution of the displacement map. Just increase the size from 10 meg to 87 meg. We don't want to do that. I reckon that'll do though. That's like pretty mud-like. See if I can find one of the old plants. You'll do. What else do I have? I need to find some better flowers. These ones are quite low resolution. But you get the idea. Flowers. Yeah, I think once that's lit from above and properly arranged, I think that's going to look quite nice. Just a test, Claire, just a test. I'm not taking your job away. Make sure these are on the right level. Deck interior. That would be nice, actually, Cloud, yeah. That's insulation material behind the panel. Yes, that's to be honest, the whole point of it. So as these wall panels receive damage, they will be cracked with holes in them, and you'll see the stuff that's behind them. The same with the floor. So you can see here that we've got a floor panel that's pulled up. So if one of these floor panels is broken and destroyed, you'll see bits of it still clinging to its attachment points, but you'll see underneath, and you'll see all the metalwork under the floor. Okay, progress. Thank you. Yeah, I kind of ignore the tags normally. I should use them. Let's do that panel there. Need to redo these floors real quick as well. Okay, it'll be 4 hours and 15 minutes time, so I'll see how much I can get done in 15 minutes. Actually, let's save that, lest anything disastrous happens. focus the camera. So with this floor piece, I'm actually going to try not having the 1 centimeter gap between the panels, and we'll see whether that looks any better. Doesn't look to be in the right place. Hang on, let's check this. So the reason that the customization wasn't working before on the edge pieces is because the material slot was the wrong name. And I can't remember the name. Hang on, I need to look at this one to remind myself what they should be called. Floor primary and floor secondary. Floor primary. That one is floor secondary. Because if I don't name the material slot properly, it doesn't know that it needs to swap the material over. Yeah, nice and simple. The floor master, so we can stick that over there, change that to lift entrance, should just snap into place, et voila. That all lines up along there nicely. Good. Data's correct. ADAC, BDAC. Yep. Okay, next. The lift floor. I mean, yes, to be honest. I hadn't thought about it, but yes, you're right. It should do, really. And it's easily fixed. Well, I say it's easily fixed. Might not, but let's change it anyway. Too many tabs. I reckon we've got time for one more panel. I'll do this one. Yeah, this big one, because I can fit that in lots of places. exactly that. Yeah, it's the power of nanite, really. I mean, nanite isn't a magic wand, but it does remove a lot of the issues when it comes to having to spend a lot of time working with things like LODs and really, really optimizing your meshes. Nanite has its own baseline cost, which is relatively high, but it allows for a very, very quick workflow. Like, with these meshes that I'm knocking out here, it's taking me about 5-10 minutes per floor mesh, which, in the grand scheme of things, is it's pretty rapid, really. And in traditional game dev, I would be having to make LOD versions of this mesh. I remember off the top of my head, this one's 314 wide. So basically, I've just knocked out that mesh really, really quickly. And all I now need to do is pop into the right folder, import said mesh, like so. And I don't need to worry about LODs or anything like that, because nanite just takes care of it for me. And the poly count is not a concern. Should be that. So now I can just take a copy of that floor panel, change the mesh, so it was 314, so floor panel 314, and there we go. Already popped into place. This one's set to be visible from C deck, which in this particular panel. I shall add C deck to this one because you can probably see it as you come up the stairs. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so optimization wise, we have an enforced draw distance. So that's 25 meters. So if the player is more than 25 meters away, this won't be drawn regardless, which means that it's skipped for occlusion checks. And occlusion checks, when you've got a lot of geometry, can be quite costly. so that just saves on the CPU time. And knowing what deck the player is on, again, means we can hide things and completely remove them from the occlusion checks, rendering this object completely a non-issue other than its memory footprint. Yeah, nanite is... it's kind of virtualized geometry. If I turn on nanite triangles, which you can't really see with the floor because it's using tessellation, but these meshes, if you look at this mesh here, as I move the camera away, you can see those triangles are changing. So what it's doing is it's dynamically changing the poly count as you move back and forth. Now, normally with LODs, it's swapping the whole mesh for a lower LOD version with a lower poly count, which means you get pop-in. So you can visibly see the mesh change unless you are really, really good at picking the perfect distance and the perfect poly count. But nanite handles it differently. You can see here all the triangles changing. So it kind of just does it on the fly, which means you don't notice it at all. It'd be clever like that. You see it as you zoom out. So as I zoom away from the ship, you can see that it's updating the geometry accordingly. That's a good example there. You can see it reducing the polygons. It's clever stuff. Right, so I shall leave the stream there as it has been over 4 hours. Before I put the build out, I want to sort out these floor panels here and these ones. I just want to cover up these holes, so I'll cover up the holes after I've had a quick shower, and I'll put a build out sometime in the next couple of hours, so that should have all the floors sorted. And of course, because we have unified all the distances and everything, we can in fact copy them down to the other floors as well. So if we copy that one down, you can see it snaps into place there. Same with that one. So there it goes. Pop. So I guess the point I'm making with that is we're not just working on B deck, we're also working on C deck at the same time, because those meshes are the same size and can be copy pasted. And indeed that's true for the other decks as well. Copy paste, which significantly speeds things up. Okay, so yes, I shall leave it there. So once again, thank you very much everyone for sticking with me for this long ass stream. We do seem to drag it out to 4 hours every time, don't we? And I shall see you on, what are we on now? Sunday. So I shall see you Wednesday, 8 PM, where hopefully there won't be much more of this to do. And then we can get the sensors done and hopefully see where we are with regards to getting a demo update done. But we shall see how it goes. Right, bye for now everyone, take care, have a good one, stay safe, and I shall see you on Wednesday. Bye for now.